Hello. Hello, hello. Magical Delicacy. Did I tweet? There we go. I tweeted. Happy Thursday. We're continuing. Last time we played this was in August. That's a long time. That's quite a long time. Let's see if I still remember how to play. I was trying to find a place I haven't been to before. How do I open the map? Okay, it's this one. There was a place I have not been to before. And I can't remember. It was being blocked by a vine. All of this seems like I've been... it seems like I've been everywhere. Grand elevator. Catacomb. You can't jump. Can't jump as a cat. How do I... How do I jump? Is there a way to jump? Yeah, it doesn't let me get out of this. Was that supposed to happen? Ah. Yeah, there's no way to get out of the cat mode. Okay, we get that, and then we... We have to, like, get on the edge of the platform. So it carries us. Hello, Cox. Hello, Cox. Cocky boy. No, why did it kick me off? Hi! Hi! I'm trying to figure out this puzzle. This puzzle puzzles me. No! Oh, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. The controller is vibrating like crazy. My god. Where does this even take me? We're gonna complete this. If it's the last thing I do. Oh. If it's the last thing I do. I want to get big. There's enough room to get big. Why won't it let me? I guess it's because it's the catacombs. No, no. Ah! Fuck this. Just get good, just get good, just get good, just get good, just get good at this. Kitty Limbo, huh? Yeah, basically. Hi, Chris. Hello, Chris. How are you? Skill issue. I'm skill issuing so hard. What the fuck? How are you? Oh shit. Okay, it's fine. We're fine. Oh, I got thrown. I'm so tired. How are you? I'm good. My mouth is a little sore. That's not fun. I'm sorry you're tired. Take a nap. I got throwed. Yes, I got throwed. Fuck this. I'm out. I'm out of here. An hour ago? Oh, so you're still groggy. Well, eat some yummy food. Drink something delicious, and you will be okay. There's a way to... I just gotta use my fart cloud. What the fuck? How did I get up there in the first place? Oh, I have a double jump. Duh. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. So silly. Silly goober. Silly goob. Yeah, so I said I forgot how to play this game. I was not lying. It's been a while. Like 3 months. I forget how to do things when I don't do them for a while. Oh, it has to be nighttime. God dang it. I'm looking for a thorny vine. One that I can pour my... I have a potion that I can use. Oh, we're... Oh my god. I was gonna say we're big platformers now, but we're not. What's over here? Get on there, my gosh. I want to beat this game. November is the month where I beat games, okay? I beat Dispatch, I beat, whatever. What was the game I played before Dispatch? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Well, we're falling down. I forgot what we played before. We beat a game before we beat Dispatch. Ouch. Kitty. It's over here. Onions? Lister barb. Okay, there's nothing there. Our objectives are to make We need jade moss. Where do we get jade moss? Maybe we already have jade moss at home. I can't use the networks without being at an altar. Oh, there's an altar right there. Okay, let's go home. Home is here. Let's see if we have the stuff we need to make this recipe. Follow Tillin's soup recipe. Tillin's soup recipe. I don't think I have that recipe. What the heck? Oh, I do. We need mud shell milk. How do I get mud shell milk? What the heck is a mud shell? I do have jade moss. So maybe we should make the Fae recipe. We have to make sure this is salty. The Tillin soup is salty. Yeah, I think you're salty. No. I wish I knew how to... I have no idea what mud shell milk is. Can I... shell. Do I have anything called a mud shell? Oh, I'm missing a lot of ingredients. Well... First, we have to figure out how to get the milk. Oh, game! How do I get milk? Let's see if any of the merchants have it, I guess. Let's see. Let's go to bed. Oh, I can't go to bed. What is cream soup for? Just leave. Who needed the cream soup? Is that just something I made? I keep forgetting how to open the map. There we go. We need a specific merchant. Kelp and more. Photography. Church of the River. Soup for the warden. What? What the heck? Let's take this. I can't really tell you how to get things. There's the bakery. Stars Forge. What? Let's go down here. See what this kelp. I think this is. Oh my god. Trade. You don't have what I need. That's the bakery. Oh, I took the Altar of Crows. Oh. Moonberries, garlic, lizard. Ah! Overlooking the island. Meet Cassia. I need a dehydrator? What? Do I have a dehydrator? Hi, Shade. Hello. What's over here? Wait, have I been here? Apparently I have. Oh, I have because this is where the warden is. I need to go back home so I can see if I have a dehydrator. Thank you for the lurk, Sunny. I am lost. I am very lost. No. Let's take the crows back home. Oh, I do have a dehydrator. What do I need? Flatworm. And now I have a dried flatworm. Mud shell milk. But how do I get the mud shell milk? You'll need to milk the mud shell. Where? What's a mud shell? Let's see. That's a poppy. Dandelion. I have a feeling... one of the merchants with the camel is who I need to talk to. So let's see. This is not... I already bought everything I can from them. Do you have mud shell? You do not have mud shell. How much money do I even have? Do I even have enough? I can't check my map while I'm on the bridge. Let's take the elevator. Wait. Oh, daytime. Lost books daytime. Okay. It tells me if a store is... let's go down one level. Oh, these are all daytime? No, not all of them are daytime. Nothing that I need. I want at least one of these in my inventory. That's the spice bazaar. I don't need spice. I need... Ah! Ah! That's what I need. Okay. That's what I need. Take the fountain over there. I thought I had to buy the mud shell. But I have to just go all the way down, take the fountain. Are you... Let's go over here. Nice. I got 2 of them. Let's go back up and then go home. I need to make sure I have a salty herb. What? We're going here. To the juicer. And then we take a pot. Mud shell milk. I need water. Dun, 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 dun. I'm wondering what's over here. Is this like the end of the map? No, there's some... Oh. Okay, so we need that. We need... dried flatworm. I thought I had a dried flatworm. Did I not take it out of the... I did not take it out of the thing. Okay. Take that. That. And something salty. We need an herb, and we need it to be salty. Not insipid, salty. these the only salty things I have? I can't make it because... Let's see. Filter herb. Sawtooth kelp. Buy from Finn. Okay, I can do that. Sawtooth kelp. I'm kind of hungry. I don't know why I always start stream and don't eat anything first. Talk to... And I need your kelp. Thank you. Make my soup for the warden. Do you think he would eat usually? I'm not sure. But he's all fancy fruit from the wellspring. They must be so juicy. Imagine biting into one of them. Maybe he'd be catching fish in a river. He looks streamlined enough for that. Okay. Let's get our... Is this still filtering stuff? No, it's just on the wrong. Dried flatworm, mudshell milk, and herb. Yeah. And it'll be pretty easy to get to him too, because I have a shortcut. Don't want it to burn. What happens if I juice... Ew. Snail nut milk? Ew. Laurent wants a provision that includes a rare ingredient and... No, what? Oh, no. Why did I do that? I'm such a dingus. I'm gonna have to go back to and get more... Where? Flatworm. I used my cauldron instead of my pot. Now I have to go all the way back to the kelp place and get more things. need more kelp. Please. No, you're out of stock? Oh, shit. How am I... What else is... What else is salty that I can buy? It needs to be an herb and it needs to be salty. Damn, I ruined that. I almost had that. And I don't even know when he's gonna refresh his shop because it doesn't say. It's dehydrating. Oh. Requires water. This card changes. Exit. Alt F4. I'm Alt F4ing. I'm Alt F4. Okay, where else can I get a salty herb? Save scum. I'm save scumming. I don't care. That's annoying. Because who knows when he's gonna refresh his shop? It didn't say. Watch it auto-saved. It auto-saved, didn't it? We'll see, we'll see. Shape said, save scum. Do it. You have the thing I need, sir. No, it auto-saved! You need to get on Minecraft and find a biome you like. How do I... How do I know when the shop refreshes? Hello! Oh my god, FC Entertainment and RV Sampong. I'm so sorry. I didn't see YouTube. I see YouTube now. Are you still there? Hello. I'm sorry. I'm always dumb with YouTube chat. Nice to meet you. When does kelp and more refresh? That's not what I wanted. Does kelp and more refresh in magical delicacy? Doesn't tell me. Kelp and other ingredients of magical delicacy are refreshed daily. Ingredients that are not... Okay, let's work on a different recipe then, because I can't do the Warden's recipe right now, sadly. Okay, so... we need a provision that includes rare and no... Okay. It needs to include a rare ingredient and a void vegetable. Include rare ingredient. Okay, use the pot this time. What can I roast? Roasted. I can do... What's an onion? A poisonous, creamy? Let's do that. Roast the mushroom. Mushroom dance. Mushroom dance. Da, 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 da. Okay. Pot. So... roasted? Wait. What's... where's my roasted stuff? What? Did I not pick up my mushroom? Ah, I'm losing my mind. Okay, we want... I don't want a roasted mushroom. Dried flatworm. Okay, hopefully this one just doesn't disappear into nothingness like the other one did. Yeah, I swear where did it go? I swear... is this it? No, this isn't... I don't know. I'm confused. Okay. Oh. Okay. Roasted dragon shield. Yes. We need a spice. Garlic. Sweet. Bottled dragon stew. Wait, did I use a rare ingredient? Oh shit. Can be delivered to Laurent. Okay. Where are you, Laurent? You're over there. A little further. Are you in here? He needs two? Oh my lord. They're in the walls. I don't read. It clearly says 1 out of 2, or it said 0 out of 2, and I still was like, okay, here's your single potion. Or bottled stew, whatever you want to call it. Let's roast a creamy... Roast a creamy... mushroom. Common, common, common. Okay, so provision needs to... Hold on. Provision. Bottled stew. Wait, can't I just make a... Hold on a second. Can I just make mushroom balls? Because technically, crop isn't a vegetable. Oh, but I need to include something roasted, so I cannot. Azazel, reading Mashi rules. Be kind. Don't share any personal information about yourself that could put you in harm's way. Be respectful. Don't call me surgeon. Did I say that? Did I say don't call me surgeon? Hello, Azazel. I don't quite remember. I just remember asking why. Out of confusion. Because not only do I have paws, I'm also blind. Okay. Let's roast creamy, rare, creamy. Where's my... Why can't I sort by creamy? They're all vegetables. Every single one of them. Vegetable, vegetable. This one's not. This one's not a vegetable, but maybe I can find a rare spice to put in my stew. How is everyone on this lovely Thursday? It's been rainy and snowy. Not snowy. What? Why did it fail? Oh my. Can it not be roasted? I'm gonna have to go out and find more, mushrooms, aren't I? We need a mushroom. I need a dragon shield mushroom. Buy from Cassia. Buy from Cassia. Cassia! Dragon shield mushroom. Where's Cassia? How do I zoom out? Oh. It's the witch's hut, right? She's not here. Oh, shit. No. Oh, what am I doing? I'm being silly. I could just take the lift. It looks like there looks to be another way this way. There's somewhere here that I haven't been to yet. Let's go here. Let's go here. And then we're gonna take the crows up here. what's that? I'm a witch, I'm flying. Huh. Okay. Well, that's nifty. Where else have I not been? Maybe there's a spot underneath, like here. Maybe there's a spot here that I haven't been to. Let's see. No? No, that's not anything. Oh my god, this is such a big ad. There we go. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't know what all these numbers mean. 12, 13, 14. I'm gonna see if there's anywhere I haven't been yet, which it doesn't seem. It seems that I have found. I have gained access to every area in the game. Oh, there she is. Meet Cassie at the church. We need to take the elevator to the tippy top. Pop, 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 pop. I want to unlock every ingredient, and I want to do every single quest in the game. Go up. Cassia, can I have this? My bag is full. Cassia. Cassia. Will you take... Will you take, take this. Now give me... It is the only way. Okay, thank you, Cassia. And then I need to go get that kelp from that other guy. Uh-oh. Oh. Wait. Colo. Oh my god, stop. Packed lunch. Yay, shortcut! Wait, go back. I want this. Ah, my backpack's full. I don't want to get rid of anything. I guess dandelions are very common, but I can't. Can I sell it to... Oh, I don't know where they went. Ah! It doesn't go down very much. Ah! Ah! Come on. I don't get it. There's a way. Do I lose money if I keep dying? I don't think anything happens if I... Okay. The trick was to... go directly down. Oh, shit. What do you mean? Where am I supposed to go? Oh. It's locked. The door is locked. I want in. Guys, I got instant espresso and I got chocolate custard. And I'm gonna make a chocolate custard latte. And it's gonna be delicious. I haven't gotten up early enough to make it though. For work. But hopefully tomorrow I will get up early enough. Because I really want to make that. Chocolate custard iced latte. Oh, sounds so delicious. It's over here. A secret to my house? A secret to my house. That's so handy. That is so handy. Let me put all my ingredients in my storage. That one's full. That one's not quite full. That one's full. Okay. What's that? Oh, a long shoot. Wonderful. Wait, where does this lead to? Oh my goodness. It would have been faster to just hop my way up there. Iron clove. What's that? Oh, it's just a bush. Okay, let's see. We need that herb. The crows area. Crow. He should be restocked. I guess they restock every day, so that's nice. May I have some kelp? By every single recipe. Okay. Let's see. We need water. Water. I guess I could put water there. Okay, it already has water. So we need... Hillen soup. We need... salty. Which that is the kelp. We need our mushroom. Dried flatworm, and we need our juiced milk. We need our milk. Mudshell milk. I'm doing good. How are you doing, Azazel? I don't feel like death, which is a good sign. Because I had felt like death all week. Hopefully it stays that way. Okay, let's go give this to the warden. I want to also make the bottled stew. Dragon shield. I didn't take my medics for 2 weeks, and now feeling the backlash. Oh no, your medicine? Why haven't you taken it? We need our mushroom. We need a spice. A rare spice. Rare. And it needs to be a spice. White pepper. Okay, we could give that to Laurent. Laurent's at the very tippy top. He's in this building. I'm hearing some weird sounds. Alright, here's your provision. Okay, luckily the warden, or Ken, only wants one of those soups, so that's good. I think he has another quest after this, actually. Warden. Dot dot dot. That's how I remember it. Thank you for this. I hope you continue to come by here. Speaking of which, would you be so kind as to get me something exotic to eat, dear? I would love to taste something new to me. One more time in my old age. Sure. Sour? Sour, roasted, include exotic. Include jade moss, avoid bitter. Do I have jade moss? What is jade moss? What is jade moss? Is that like an herb? Jade moss. That is an herb. Okay, so we can make them something with herb. Wheat flour. Huh? Ground. Wheat flour and salt. Do I have salt? I hope I do. I do have rock salt. Okay, and then we need flour. It has to be a 4-star. How do I... How do I make it 4-star? In the oven. Vegetable. Okay, we need bread. We need an herb. We need a vegetable that's roasted. Vegetable? Flatbread with cloud. Hopefully that's like a 4. Oh, I didn't include... Oh man, I didn't include the jade moss. Gosh dang it. Let's make... I already have wheat flour. That's a 4-star though, that's good. Okay, let's do our... rock salt and... wheat flour. What's the difference between wheat flour? No. So, we need our bread, we need our jade moss, we need our roasted vegetable. Hopefully that is a 4-star. Follow spirit elixir recipe. Make sure it's bitter. Sour soup. I can make a creamed soup. Ah! It's called Magical Delicacy. Sorry, Shizzle gave me a sip of his 7-Up. It was crispy. Quisp. That shit quisp. This is called Magical Delicacy. I am a witch in training, and I run a restaurant, and I take people's order as I go around the town. I cook. I find ingredients. Sour. And then nut. Let's try earthy. Maybe we add one more sour ingredient. Oh, there's an abort button. I can. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, it's sour. Sana. Where is Sana? Sana. No. Here. That's perfect. The face still crosses my mind. I expect there to be more throughout town. Probably. The nature and magic of the world are unbalanced. Either the Fae are the cause or they're trying to restore it. I'm not sure. I'll just need a little more time. For what? To think. The plants. The Fae. I'll just Sana? I'll figure it out while tending to the plants. Can you do your thing again? Thank you. Oh. The Fae. Oh, I need to go back here, and then I need to take this. Where's the Fae? Are they in here? You should try making some tea. It's really not that hard. You just need a good kettle to brew the ground herbs and flowers. I think Star needs your blessing to make me a kettle. Of course you can have one from her. She's always looking out for me. You know, she came here often when she was younger and my parents were still around. She loved the tea my parents made, and we hung out together at the lake. I'm sure she wants the tea room to stick around. But times are changing. I've noticed everything is in need of repair. The town is crumbling and no one comes up here anymore. Well, what can you do? I'd rather have you continue the tradition of making really good tea than have no one experience it anymore. You should get yourself a kettle and be so kind as to bring Star a lovely tea afterward, would you? Thank you. I'm sure she will enjoy it during her hard work. Bye. Ah. This. Good. Enough. Okay. But too late for help. Up to you. Now. Oh. think I might go make some food, guys. I'm hungry. This game's making me hungry. Pumpkin actually bought this game for me because she's so sweet. But I've yet to beat it, and I want to beat it. Let's ask Star for a kettle. I visited Asa above the town. Nice of you to pay her a visit. Did you try her tea? She wanted me to make my own using a kettle of yours. Is that so? She insists. Prefer you to buy from her. But perhaps that won't change things. I don't really use the pan that often. It needs 2 spaces. I can ground it, but I can't dry it. Tea. Tea powder. Dried. Honey spark sugar. We'll make green tea. Tea powder. Give Star some tea. She wanted me to make one for you, so you know your tools are in good hands. She cares a lot about you. Thank you, Flora. It's nice to take a short break. Please keep visiting Asa. I'm sure she appreciates it. Are they lovers? Are they perhaps lovers? Okay, let's see. How do I enchant something? Are you in IRL too? Am I in IRL too? Do you cook in IRL too? Yeah. Yeah, I like to cook in real life. Yeah, I always post my my food in food porn in the server. I love to cook. When I'm not exhausted. Let's see. What kind of recipes can I make? Avoid main dish. Can I make her like... I don't know how to make enchanted food. So to do enchanted, certain ingredients can be enchanted after you purchased an altar and place it in your kitchen. The ingredient should say whether or not it can be enchanted. Wait, how the heck do I get an altar? How... Altar... Okay, maybe I'll wait on that. I have no idea how to make an altar. Maybe Cassia will give me an altar. Spirit elixir recipe. Cook under moonlight. Spirit seeds, mushroom. Spirit seeds. Okay, I can cook under moonlight now. Okay, but we need spirit seeds, but we also need Oops. Bitter. The only bitter thing we have is dandelion. Oh. We also have... Okay, mushroom. Spirit seeds. I don't think I have any. Oh, I do. Can I ground down this bitter flour? Ground. Bitter. Bitter and ground. I guess it'll tell me if I can ground it. Okay, so there's 2 ingredients that I'm missing. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make myself some food real quick. I have returned. I may or may not produce mouth sounds while eating. Spirit seed, mushroom. I'm gonna have to wait till tomorrow. I need to make sure I have all the ingredients. Why? Suddenly I can't move. Hello? Why can't I move? This doesn't make sense. Why? 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 My game's broken. It's broken. Why? I can't jump or anything. I could just pause. That's so dumb. Why? Why is it work? Why isn't it working? Hello? That was really weird. Why does it keep... Why does it keep pausing? Honey, are you messing with me right now? With Parsec or something.
You broke my controller too now, huh?
No, I did not. Oh, the game completely closed. Nice. Oh my god. I don't know what I could have done in the past 5 seconds.
Maybe it was just a bug in the game.
I don't know.
Well, this is pointed like way off.
I'm just having myself turned.
You just got the recenter.
Why did you?
It was like pointed over here.
No, not really.
Yes, it was. Is it working?
He keeps pausing.
Not doing anything.
I didn't hit that.
Where's your other controller? That's not on, is it?
No.
I don't know.
Is it because it's dying?
It could be. No, you're plugged in. No. Like how when I'm touching it, perfectly fine. Oh.
Mm.
I don't know. Something with the game, I don't know. Nothing's being pressed. I don't know. PC restart if anything.
It's something with this. Something with the cord or something. What is happening? Is it the USB port? Like, I'm not pausing the game like it is making me. Ah! I just had to restart the game, I guess. exactly are you going on your journey? This is a routine research mission. We're mostly trying to chart new corners. The river is vast and a tangled web of tributaries through the island. It's easy to get lost in them. That's why we're spending so much on our preparations. In addition, the environment around it is harsh and barely provides any safe resting spots. The waters are surrounded by steep cliffs and scarps, which can be climbed with the right tools. A lot of work. Oh. Why do you want to go, or where do you want to go? Couldn't tell you here even if I wanted to. Oh, secret mission. I'm so excited. First things first, I'll need you to bring your own provisions. Oh. Oh, new palette. Maybe Cassia will sell us new things. We're full. Damn it. I don't have any room in my inventory. Trade. I need to use some of my ingredients is what I need to do. I have no room in my storage for anything. Let's go see what we can make with the stuff we have. Tropical curry. I need water. Fruit, vegetable. We can try to make something refreshing, but we need a flour. Refreshing. Wait, why can't I dry it? Oh, I can't dry it. Allow refreshing and dried. Okay, maybe I can. Let's see. What do I have? Include flour. Main dish. It needs to be a main dish. And it needs to include a dried ingredient. Mushroom noodles. It also needs to include flour. What the heck? Can I do... Sorry, I'm gonna eat my food while this dries. Oh, cream soup sold. It takes forever. That sold quick. Is it moving? Looks like it's stuck. It just moved. One second. Oh my goodness. So we want green finger. Do I have green finger? I have so many things. I do have green finger, and I need squash. That's a vegetable. All-port squash. No, not spinach. Royal petal. Oh, that's... Oh my god, I almost ruined that. Okay, I need the oven. Damn it, now I have to start all over. So we need the dried angel feet. Green finger. I didn't watch your ship posts yet. I'm sorry. I was like, who is this random dude DMing me on Instagram? And then I realized it was you. What the fuck? Yeah, you have a random ass name except you have Cox at the end. That's the only reason I know that it was you. It's like, I don't use Instagram. Who's fucking messaging me on Instagram? But you were the bomb. What do you mean I was the bomb? Oh, I did post the real, yeah. No, Pumpkin was the bomb. Pumpkin was the bomb, not me. Yeah, I decided to archive like every single old post I had and start posting recent reels. What did you send me? Except I kept a few old clips that I thought were really funny of my old model. How do I get to my messages? What the fuck? Oh, yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, very funny. What's this?
You have to have thick skin. The first week working in a shop, I used to wear strip lashes, okay? And they called them cumbrellas. The shop workers called them cumbrellas.
Umbrellas?
Yeah. And then they proceeded to aggressively...
Oh my god. Any Christmas stream plans? I will use my Christmas model, starting December 1st. But I don't really, like, have any major plans, really. Christmas game? You got any Christmas games you want me to play? Vanita. Where is Vanita? I saw a game you might enjoy for Christmas. Santa Craft. What the fuck? Hold on. Oh, is it actually cute? Oh, that's actually adorable. That's actually so cute. Maybe. $10? I'm saving Santa's workshop. I'm a little elf. No, actually, I'm playing as Santa. Where the fuck is Vanita? That's her right there. That's Adelaide. Amara. Bonita. What can I say? I think I saw Sun or Ren playing this, I can't remember. I don't... Oh, this game? Yeah, Sunny was. Platformers are pissing me off after an hour. This game's nice because it has accessibility, which makes it so you don't have to platform as much. She wants tea. Right, that was the bane of my existence in original Maple Story. Oh yeah, platforming. Yeah, that game was very platform heavy. I never played, but I've seen gameplay of it. You were 12. That's so little. Put the water in the kettle. Let's do... She wants... Avoid flour. Avoid bitter, avoid dried. So let's do like a spice tea.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Spice. Spice tea. And we need sugar. Ground. We could do honey spark, sugar, and spice. Ah! Fable spark. Sweet sparked tea. What? I didn't even hear the Wendy's. Oh my gosh. Shizzle is playing Vintage Story. He's very obsessed with Vintage Story recently. It's like Minecraft, but like very hardcore, realistic Minecraft. Like, you have to preserve food. You have to... There's certain things you can't break or otherwise you won't get any materials from it. The combat is different. It's kind of harder to find things. It's a game where you can't rush. Like, you have to, like... be patient. Oh my god, I can't make this jump. There we go. Ah. That's nice. You'd think I'd get the best catering here, being employed at the palace, but no.
Wow, that's awesome.
Wow, that's awesome.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Wow, that's awesome.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I know, I'm pretty awesome with my jumping skills. Include tortured spine. Include juiced. Can I juice the tortured spine? Or can I juice the... Is Chunky Boy in his chair? Gigi! No, he's downstairs enjoying the heater. I keep freezing at night. Do you? It's pretty warm with our computers, and I have a heating pad, which is nice. I'm sweating when I sleep, so I'm freezing when I wake up. Oh no. Ew, sweaty, stinky, ew. Insipid. I can juice this nut. Insipid. Oh, duh, that makes milk. You can get milk from nuts. Forgot. Tortured spine. What the hell is a tortured spine? Tortured spine. I don't think I've ever gotten one of those. Juicy nuts. Magical delicacy, tortured spine. Soledad? Soledad? I don't think I have that guy available yet. Gray pit nut. Spirit seeds. Nashi, did you know me and Chunky ate the 8 best friends? Huh? I read chat. I do. Our best friends. What is that message? What is that message? Let's see. We need spirit seeds. Don't get it. Things I can ground that are bitter. Bitter. I can't ground that. I don't have anything bitter. Where do I get pine needles? May? Needles of all-part pine are quite bitter and have many alchemical uses. A nutty scent fills the air when roasted. I can't ground it. Flatworm. Lizard's cone. Wee! 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 No! Whew. My ass. It hurts. I die if I sit too long. What ass? I have a huge ass, thank you very much. I have a dumpy, if you will. No, I don't. I'm taking out everyone with me. No, I don't want to edit. Stop editing. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that's cute. No. Maybe. Ooh, that's cute. Gray pit flower. Where the hell do I get gray pit? Gray pit. Wait, hold on. I have that. I have that. That. Angel feet. Azure velvet. Aquamint. Braided wheat. Canyon grape. Cloudberries. Cloud flower. Coast poppy. Crescent dandelion. Dragon cherry. Dragon lily. Dragon Sage, Dragon Shield, Drought Cap. Tano's Occult Wares. Copy. Paste and go. Where's Tano's hut? The first thing with this game is to gather every single ingredient you can. That way your book is filled out and you can find any ingredient you need. I've been to Tano's hut. I just have to remember where Tano's hut is. Tano. Witch's hut. Tano. Caring for goats. This is the bakery. Keskar hut. Ouch. Give me... What? Gray pit. Oh my god, my inventory is full. That's okay. I just need to come back. I know where to go. Kitty. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. How do I get more storage? Oh no, I need your girl. I need the gray pits and I need whistle for crows. A Keskar whistle carved from fine wood. Its sound calls out for the shadow crows. Allows to return home anywhere in town. Huh? Once equipped, the whistle of crows can be used to return home anywhere in Grat. Use the map to return to the storefront. Okay, I need this. I need this. And I need... What do I not have? My tummy is gurgling. Did you eat hot chip? I ate Sloppy Joe manwich and I ate jalapeno chips. Shade. 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 I prefer light. Got him. Actually, I don't like the tone of voice of your voice right now. I prefer light. Drought. That's fine. Sweet cloudberries. Coast poppy. Wildflower, coast poppy, crescent shell. Dandelion, dragon cherry, dragon lily, dragon sage. Dragon shield, drought cap, ember sprouts. Where do I get ember sprouts? Cassia's hut?
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
I'd throw you if I had channel points. Ah. Ma'am. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Cassia is here. You're turning into Chunky. You're turned into Chunky. Meow! Meow! Hi! I summoned him. Meow! Meow! Gigi, did I summon you? Oh my goodness! Why is your life so hard, buddy? Hi, Stoic. Hey, you're great. Thank you for telling me you're great. I appreciate you. No, you're great. Something stoic. Something stoicism. I'm playing Magical Delicacy. Wait, did you finish your stream, Stoic? Did I miss it? No. I need to make sure that this doesn't override the bitterness. Bitter. Cassia. Some pine needles for good measure. Bitter. Wait, do I not have anything bitter? Am I missing something? Oh, I was gonna go see Cassia. Because I need something from her that is an ingredient. Oh, equipable. Directly. Slightly reduces price of ingredients. Most merchants. To view the amount of ingredients. Shows where it's positioned on the map. I don't really need that anymore. Meet Cassia at the church. Okay, what is this? Increases capacity for carried ingredients. Yes, I need that. Cog, stop being disgusting! What is wrong with you? Stop it. Where is Cassia? Here. Thank you for shouting Stoic out.
Nuts and only his nuts.
Jade said Stoic,
is someone pissing on white snow.
Yeah, but the snow was white before I got to it.
That just proves, you know.
And yellow is just a shade of white.
Alright.
I think.
What?
Pretty sure.
I don't think that's right.
I'm pretty sure. I'm not an artist. I don't know how true that is.
Yellow is just a shade of white.
I have no idea.
What did you just say? I have no idea. Lovely. 10 out of 10. Sometimes a conversation generation chip in my brain gives bangers. They had good use for our powers with all the dangers looking about. But with the dragons gone and everything starting to crumble, so went their use for the Sheena witches. They contact us for the occasional help, but many Sheena have also moved on from Grot. Take this. Arlette, is that enough? That should be alright. Hey, I'm Flora. Who else would you be? I need to go to... be right back. Cox. All I'm gonna say is I feel better now. We have a ad break in a minute. Hey, sorry. She's quite talented. And I'm telling you, I could have done this as well. I wanted her to do it. But we're still missing the dragon. I'm going to take him back where he belongs. What? Did Tauno get in your head? It's my own decision. Then this elixir is worthless. Everything we've done has been for nothing. Let's get the dragon ourselves, then. It won't be that simple. Not with that roommate of hers. So we should just let her do what she wants? Are you giving up so quickly? It was always a slim chance. Tauno was on my heels anyway. But then I ran into you, a little fledgling witch. I thought this might work. So I was just your plan B. I'm sorry to see you misjudge the situation like this. I'll pull back and pray that Flora doesn't bring doom upon us all. Sorry, I got a bit carried away by her plans. I'm not even sure it would have worked. She thought she could bring another age of prosperity to Grot. Aren't there other ways? Surely there are. Cassia was only looking for a shortcut. Most of the time, you just have to put in the required work. Speaking of which, I've been curious about yours. My work? I'm wondering if I could learn a thing or two from you, seeing how you've been able to carry out your own ideas. So please let me see what you can do. There's not much to learn from me, though. Don't be so modest. I'm happy to have whatever you bring. It will at least make a fine addition to our wares. She truly has her own idea of how to run things. Who can tell if she wanted things to happen like they did? Did she just make a rash decision when she met you? Or was it planned all along? I only know that she never expected you to turn to Tano. Praise the river. Sheena. This church is a place of worship high above the river estuary. We take the blessing of the holy water coming from the sources. Don't confuse this with a place of pilgrimage. This is a secluded place only for us Sheena residing in Grot. For a place for us to hone our skills. We're proficient in crafting medicine, anti-venoms, potions, food, provisions. Just like you. However, there are often witches who bend this norm and take on different trades. Don't think I haven't noticed your tiny insignia. I wouldn't let a Keskar set foot in this place. I can't stand how they act all superior, as if they're the ones truly helping the town, with their shady acts from the shadows, judging us for our use and acceptance of the river's holy water. Well, now I can't get my ingredient from Cassia. What the fuck? Where's Cassia? Is she back at her hut? Where is she? Potions for Arlette. Include wild vine. Avoid poisonous. Avoid cooking under midnight. Avoid enchanted. Oh, that seems easy. Let's see. Allows for accurate assessment of flavor before cooking. Can you... It looks like a Metrovania cooking crafter thing. It's called Magical Delicacy. And it's kind of like a platformer Metrovania style. You got these. This is like, explain like I'm 5. Okay. So we are a witch and we go around town helping the citizens with their requests. This is our little cafe that where we live. We're trying to like restore it and get our like witch apprenticeship. I have all my abilities like my cat, and then I have like a broom, which I don't know if I could use this inside. I can. And then I have this. It helps me travel around town way easier. But basically our main objective is to get this little guy back to his... Where is he? We have like a dragon, and we're supposed to take him back to his land. I don't know where he's at. Did someone take him? Did someone take him? Did the witches take him? Cassia. I wonder if Cassia took him. No, he's right here. He's seeping. He's our little dragon. We gotta take him back to his mom. That's the main objective. Right now, we're just trying to fulfill requests, which are my orders right here. Thank you. You're welcome. Gigi. Gigi. We need... Sometimes it's a little difficult to find like every single ingredient. Like I'm still missing a crap ton of ingredients. Like I don't even know what half of these are. Well, I guess that's not too many out of 10. So I've been just going around trying to figure out what ingredients I'm missing, because once I find them, they're easier to track. Let's see, where's my... Oh shit, where'd I put my phone? 1 second. Okay, I'm missing an ingredient from Cassia. Where the frick did Cassia go? Cassia. Caring for goats. Oops, did not mean to do that. She just gone? I already got everything from her. Well, if I can't find Cassie, I can't get an ingredient I need, which is annoying. Let's get some water. Oh, it already has water. Does this have water? No, it doesn't. Okay, let's see what I can make without... And I can get rid of failed dishes. It punishes me by making me constantly have to look at them. Not very nice. I don't... Okay, cook under midnight, cook under midnight. Avoid poisonous, avoid enchanted. Void milk? What the shit is void milk? Bewitched. I have no idea how to get any of those ingredients. Let's see. What time is it, chat? Is it my bedtime? Almost. Ah. Drought cap. It's also an order. That's nice. Drought cap. Ember sprouts. Maybe I should re-equip what I had. That the thing that lets me see myself on the map, I think I need to re-equip that because I have no idea where I'm at right now. I think I'm here, which means that I need to go up. Whee! No? Whee! Okay. I don't remember where Cassia's hut is, which is a predicament. Hello, sir. Store deed. I would like to get more. My store's bigger. I have more space down below. Look at that! That's so handy! So handy! Edit. Pick this up. Great, now I can put all my stuff down. Okay. Drought cap, ember sprouts. Oh, I do have ember sprouts. Emperor's bloom, fable spark, faded crown, fey cap, flatworm, fairy scales. This guide doesn't have fairy scales on it. Oh, I haven't gotten to the F. No, I did. Okay, that's weird. Fake cap, flatworm. Gabba blend, gabba lentil. Green apple, green finger, gray pit, gold seed, ground sprouts, hazel, hemlock root, honey spark, horizon plum, horn pepper, iron clove, jade moss, lime lime nut, lizard's cone, marine droop, maw blossom, moonberries, mudshell. I have onion, pearl peas, yes. Pine needles, yes. Red root, rock salt, yes. Royal petal, yes. Sawtooth kelp, tomato, sea chives, Semborn kernel, Semborn melon, shadow blade. Oops. Shadow blade. Snail nut, sour fruit zest. Spinach, spirit seeds, thornberry, timber moss, timber shade, timber twilight thistle, Oport plum, squash, stalk, bigger bark, long shoot. It took 3 of us to get the Wordle today. Bruh, it was so annoying. It bigger bark, vigor bark, bark bark. I didn't even get the one yesterday. It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard at all. There was just a lot of variations of what it could have been. So it took me like until the last try to get it. Wild vine. Ancient cap. I'm not really sure how to get golden nectar. Sour roasted. I can't remember what yesterday's was. Baked grave? I think it was grave or something. I did grace. I did great. I did. That was today. No, okay, that was today. What was yesterday? I don't remember. Baker? It was something that I didn't end up getting. Because I was one letter off. How do I get enchanted ingredients? Ah, haha. Crop. I think it was Homer. That doesn't sound right. Oh, maybe I didn't do the one yesterday because I was asleep all day. I don't remember if I did it or not. Pot. Crop. Crop in a mushroom. Maker. Okay, maker. Yeah, I didn't get maker because I was overthinking and I did every word except maker. It'd be like that. Oopsie, I got the water too soon. One more. The funny thing is, I think I got opine, but I didn't get baker or maker. I did not get maker. Yeah, Gigi. What, you hungry? You just ate a little bit ago. I swear you did. Hey, Gigi, hungry boy. He's a hungry boy. Still have water. That's good. Eat slow, okay? Nice and slow. Classic cat moment. What, eating too fast or being hungry again after he just ate? A magical spreadsheet goes a long way in keeping track of business's inventory. Why can't I equip more relics? I want to show... I have friends giving miss tomorrow. Hope I'm not too tired. You should go. Get some rest. That sounds fun. I would totally do that if I could. Oops. Promise not to freak out. Of course, I'm way too excited anyway. Trying to find a home for a young dragon. A dragon?! Are you telling me there's a dragon right here in Grot? Right now? A young one? Oh, this is bad. Bad! What if Silas finds out? Or worse. Koyagat. You know they hunt dragons, right? They find out I'm working with you, they'll probably hunt me. I want to avoid becoming a dragon hunter's prey. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go. It'll be fun, and I'm laying down now. Okay, that's good. Hey, you are a brave riverfarer. If not you, who could do this for me? Are you sure this is safe? However small, it is still a dragon. He's perfectly harmless. Didn't harm a hair on our heads. What choice do I have? You've done so much for me. I'll trust your judgment. But you better step carefully around Silas and Kajogat. They won't know what happened. So are you telling me you want to find the dragon's mother? If possible. So we'd need to find a wellspring and perhaps one of the last dragons. Who would have thought there might still be some left? We'll need a better navigator who can draft new maps on the go. Find one and meet me at the docks for our final preparations. Okay. We need a crop. Dried thornberry. Dried thornberry. Thornberry. What the fuck? Well, my YouTube just got. How do I delete messages in YouTube? Okay. Someone was saying a slur in my YouTube chat. That's awesome. Great. Fantastic. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. I was not expecting that. Hello. I hope that made you piss yourself. Thanks, God. Thanks. Amazing. You're so awesome. Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. I don't have spinach. I have that, and I have gold flour. And I have where do I get spinach? Produce market. I already bought everything from you. Look at that, my favorite customer. Do, 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 do. Spinach. I had a spinach in my bag. We want dried thornberry. We want spinach. We want pale beet. And we want our ground. How does this even work? Fail 5 meals. That wasn't exactly a fail, though. Where is Tola? Up here. Look at them enjoying it. Do you think they realize their part in the world? Do they know about the stars and wonder every night? Or do they live in bliss without knowing? Thank you for doing this. It's good to know someone cares about them as much as I do. Can you tell me more about the navigation now? What's the hurry? There is no harm in taking it slow. I've got some urgent things to take care of. I'm sure you do. But wouldn't taking care of them after a refreshing break be easier? I guess. What do you want to know? I need to make my way along the river. You've got yourself quite a journey ahead, huh? That's no easy feat. The countless tributaries are a tricky maze, and the strong magic haze does not help. But if that's what you need to do, I shall help you. Prepare some notes for you. Bring some tea for us next time. Can you imagine resting by the bonfire at night, glancing at the night sky? I like that the Redeem forces your models to hit that shit. I know. It does, it does. I don't want to talk. Please, let me go. I don't want to talk. I have anxiety. Iron stomach. You got it? It doesn't say that you got it. Oh, you can check your inventory. That's interesting. Okay. Um, I don't really know where to find Soledad. Oops. Oh. Oh my goodness. Guys, I want to play Dispatch again. I do. I need to get more tea from... Hmm? What is that? Ah, I needed you. I could buy so many things. Directly on the map. No, I don't want to search for you. Make a sacrifice. Oh, I needed this. Trade. Ah, I can't afford. Oh, you're expensive. Bronze dung. You again, eh? Sure. Browse the wares. Okay, I have the nectar for the golden. That guy was expensive, bruh. Allows passing of time when resting on benches. Oh. Allows the accurate assessment of flavor. Allows return to home from anywhere in town. Automatically on map to mark nightly location. Is there a thing to let me magical delicacy wear more relics? How do I wear more relics? Or wear more keepsakes? Um, Equipment capacity. This works very similar to the threat of spatiality, increasing your inventory. However, instead of allowing you to carry more ingredients, it allows you to equip more keepsakes at a time. Obtain from the curiosities. The shop that sells rarest of all items. It only appears at night and changes positions randomly. You'll need trinkets to purchase items. How do I get trinkets though? Oh shit. So I could have purchased the thing that... Damn. Could have purchased the thing that gives me the ability to equip more relics, but I didn't because I'm dumb idiot. I'm a dumb idiot. I did need that altar though. Okay, I'll get a lot of money from... What is her name? Using the altar can magically imbue certain ingredients that enhance them, though you need to sacrifice another of the same rarity. I'm not gonna do that right now. I need a dessert. Need a dessert. Mushy voice. Azazel. Nectar can be purchased from Soledad once you get the Keskar insignia. I combined gold nectar with gold flower. Don't forget to add the dried ingredient to meet all the... Moonberry pie. Sweetest sweets. Pot. So we want... Gold nectar. What do I dry though? ASMR? What do I say in ASMR? What do I do? I've never done ASMR before. Gold flower. Fable spark. Include dried. Gold flower, fable spark, and moonberries. Jelly. Moonberry jelly. Jelly. I don't know. This recipe is. I don't want to fuck up this recipe. Fruit spice. Okay, it has to be in a pot. Let's go here. Include dried. Include fable spark. Not honey spark. We need fable spark. Fable. Okay, this is gonna be my last recipe or delivery. Fable, fable, fable. And then I'm going to sleep. Fable, fable. Honey spark. Where's the fable spark? Can I get a An orange juice with a squeeze of pineapple? Oh. Can I get a... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll cook right away, sir. Ma'am. I will cook that right away for you. I don't have any freaking Fable Spark. How the frick do I get Fable Spark? There's so many... There's so many things. Oh my gosh. I'm having the most mixed week of my life. How so? What do you mean? No, no, yes. Bakery. Bakery gives Fable Spark. I had D&D today, but last night my car started misfiring. Oh no, that's terrible. Have you gotten it checked? I didn't, but I filled the oil and coolant thinking that could be the problem, but given that it's a lack of power and gas drain is still normal. Spark plugs? Oh no, not the spark plugs. Okay, we've got our... That means I have to get a magnet. A magnet? Gold nectar with gold flower. Fable spark. Okay. What is this gonna create? I'm scared. It's not a 4. Oh no. Well, let's see if that... I don't like that it auto-saves. I want to save scum, please. That's annoying. It has to be a 4-star. Only use common. We need a vegetable. A common vegetable. Invalid combination. I'm so annoyed. So for crows. Poisonous, spicy. Poisonous. What's up with your braid? What's wrong with my braid? What is it? It's kind of floating. I don't know, it's always doing that. Okay. I don't know. It just does that. They're abusing Pim on Smiling Friends again? No! Not my boy! What are they doing to my Pim? I don't have any money. I'd love to buy stuff, but I don't have any fucking money. I need 160... 168. Hexpen's wife said that... Wait, hold on. 1 second. I only have a certain amount of time until it's day again. 1 second. Hexpen's wife just said she could sell us jewelry, diamonds if we're looking for holiday gifts. And I had to show off the moths in my wallet. Oh, no. No money. I don't have any fucking money. I don't know what's happening. Sure YouTube will figure it out. Thank you for the spices, May. Bye. You know where to find me, Flora. Bye. Ugh, her sweet energy is contagious. Hope I didn't chase her away. I just want you to know that what you have is special. I'm grateful, though. It did come with some weird attachments. Glad it all worked out for you. You should show your nice side to Asa. Shut up. Hello, sir. I can't believe I didn't buy this from you. Yes, give me the gold nectar so I can fuck it up again. Down, down, down. Oh, I was gonna do something here. Ouch. Okay. I don't have enough money for chicken nuggets. Oh shit. So slow. Speed it up, buddy. Speed it up. Oh my god. Some of these parkour shits are hard. Some of them are fucking hard. Do they come back? Do they come back? No, they do not come back is the answer to that one. They do not come back. Oops. I'm getting ahead of myself here. You unlocked a palette for your outfit. Is that it? Bruh. Bruh, that's it? Iron stomach. Include nightshade. Oh. Damn, Twitch didn't tell me you were live. Oh, it's okay. Gotta include nightshade. Nightshade, 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 nightshade. Poisonous. Oh, I can't grow it. Nightshade, Coast Poppy. Throwing these items in a pot will it... Okay. Okay. Angel feet. Charmed angel feet. I do have angel feet. Angel, 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 angel feet. Does I have some in my inventory? Flower. Flower. We are gonna put that in. We're gonna put this in. We're gonna put charmed angel feet, yeah. Nightshade, yes. Coast poppy. Coast poppy. And crescent shell. Crescent. Okay, Hina, are you ready for your poison? Cusco's poison. Poison for Cusco. Where is she? Upstairs. Hello, baby. Just when I started to like this little guy, you do? dot dot dot. I mean, about time you get that little mooch off our back. This will be for the best. He should be where he belongs. I feel that. So you're just gonna waltz up the river? Got some pointers from Tano. Somehow I'll manage to find a way. Sounds like a job for my roommate. Let me know if I can help. You know, you can rely on me. You really shouldn't try this. This is the strongest I could make. I got this. Ugh, that hits. You could have gone a little easier on me. You told me to give it my all. Are you okay? Hina? Give me a moment. And then she just falls dead. I'm fine. Well, at least you didn't fall over. Told you I could handle it. No one should be able to survive this. And yet you gave it to me? Are you even human? You catch on quick, huh? What are you? Told you I was different, didn't I? Is that why you won't leave the store? I can't leave the store. Only when you legally throw me out. That's some news. Ugh, it still stings. No need to put labels on it. Just know there's a reason why I never leave, and why no one ever enters. Hyde just somehow managed to get you in here. So she's like a yokai of some sort? Far away from home, huh? I wonder... We found each other. At least he's soft and cuddly. Have you petted him? No, you? You are so easy to see through. No, you! Exactly. Do you remember to take care of yourself as well? You've been running all over town trying to accommodate everyone. Look who's showing compassion. Hey, I care. And I see what you do all day. You have a tendency to just stand around and watch. That's my thing. Standing around, being around. But that doesn't mean I don't care. So, do you look out for yourself? Sometimes So you don't. I knew it. It's high time you prepared something for yourself. I won't take no for an answer. I guess. Fine. Good girl. I don't know why I said that. I don't know why I said it like that. Good girl. That's what I want to hear. Still, bring it to me. I want to make sure you actually eat something. No running around all day and coming back saying you did. Is that clear? Good girl. Rice flour and fruit. Um, Okay. It's bedtime. Ending. We're ending. We're ending, guys. Who do we raid? Raid Taryn. Oh wait, Crystal is doing her 4.0 debut. Wait, no. Wait. No, never mind. That's... Where the... A Taryn. Okay. Bye-bye, everybody. Taryn's playing Hollow Knight. Go say hi. What is wrong with my browser? It's frozen. Oh, there's an ad. We're gonna wait for the ad to be over. Bye, Captain. Bye, Cox. Bye, Shade. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.